Hey everyone, hello from New Hampshire. It's cloudy right now, but it's clearing up. I can tell. I think by the time we get to the partial phase, it'll be pretty clear. And we can still sort of see the moon there. It's shooting through clouds. I'm battling a malfunctioning azimuth motor, but now I know it's the motor and not the driver board. Oh, well, that's always good. Troubleshoot. Thin clouds in Dallas may clear enough. Yeah, I'd say these are medium to thick clouds here, but the moon is so bright you can still see it pretty well. But I really think that they are going to clear out. Astrospheric looked pretty good. Cloudy here in Minnesota too. Clear sky north of Spain. Fewer clouds here in Bloomington, Indiana. Clear up north in Michigan. Clear in Kingston, Ontario. Oh, that's good. Clear in Canada. Thick clouds in Denver. Uh-oh. I have a clear live view of the moon if you want to use it. I'm so bad at this technology, Brody, but thank you. I'm going to just keep it as is. Hopefully it'll clear up here too. Clear in North Carolina. Smith asks, can I take it with a 7x50 binoculars and phone setup? Definitely. Yeah, if I have time tonight, I want to shoot it through my binoculars with my phone just to have that as an example. I also want to try just with my iPhone on a tripod and see what that looks like. Clear here in LA, clear in Michigan, cloudy and rainy in California, sunny in Australia, yep. Clear in Florida mostly. Thank you, Blanco 86. Clear here in Maryland. Cloudy in Vancouver, British Columbia. Sparkly clear outside of Kansas City. Clouds moving into Houston. Paul says trying a bare bones web stream in Indiana. Nothing sophisticated like yours. I don't think mine's particularly sophisticated. I'm still learning how to make this work. Clear here in Michigan. Omar says, doing my Samsung Galaxy Flip 5. Cloudy in Seattle. iPhone on tripod sounds great. Yeah, I really want to try that and see. I'm sure we can get the red moon with the iPhone, but I want to see how it looks and see how many stars we can get. Clouds in Arkansas. Andros says, hope you have a good night. Thanks, Andros. Andros is very active on my Discord. Cloudy in Canada. St. John's. How's it in Montreal? I bet Montreal is pretty similar to here in New Hampshire. Maybe sort of cloudy now, but going to clear up. Broken clouds in Spokane. Why am I trying to look for outside? What are you trying to look for? Just look for the moon, I guess. And if it's even somewhat clear, you'll see it. Cloudy in Massachusetts. I'm surprised. Well, yeah, it's a little south of here. Would a Rokinon 135 and ASI 2600 be good for this? Yeah, I mean, maybe not ideal because the 135 is a little wide field for the moon. You don't want as many details, but it will work. You can give it a try. If you have like a zoom lens, that might be better. I need a moon filter. It's blinding me. Yeah, well, right now my moon filter are these clouds. You can see that my moon is pretty low contrast here because I'm shooting through a fairly thick layer of clouds here. Clear in Akron, Ohio. That's good. Clear in Myrtle Beach. Bradley says, I looked everywhere. Well, where are you located, Bradley? For me, the moon is about 40 degrees up right now in the south. But the eclipse hasn't started yet. It's going to start. I should actually put timers into my phone. I'm reading all the comments here. Oh, hey, Dave. You came to my workshop. Rained hard in Phoenix today. Might clear up soon. I hope so, Dave. Yeah, that'd be. I'm sure you'll be setting up if it's clear. LO natural filter. It's an artistic effect. That's right. Yeah, sort of a hazy moon here. How long does it start at? 8:30. It's going to start here in half an hour, but the penumbral phase for the first hour is pretty boring. It's just like slightly dims. The partial phase is going to start in about an hour and a half, and then you'll start seeing the shadow go across the moon. And then the main show where the moon turns completely red is going to start in 3 hours. I think I got that right. 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't put the times on my screen because I just didn't want to confuse people if they're in different time zones. But I will say what phase we're currently in here, and we're still 3 hours away from the full totality. So we have a ways to go. I'm going to bump it back into center here. Clear in Indiana. Penumbra in about 30 minutes. Yes, I'm gonna set some timers here on my phone so I can remember to change the screen. Steve says he's shooting, I think, with C-Star S50. I have that set up too as a backup in case for some reason this camera stops working. So let me show you that. Can I shoot Leo triplet while in lunar eclipse? Does it get dark? I don't know how close the Leo triplet is to the moon. Does anyone know that? It does get pretty dark. Have you tried lunar guiding? I have not. Maybe someone in the chat has. Oh, people are saying dial down blue balance on the C-Star. Let me see if I can figure that out. Hello from India, from Trigger. Thanks for everyone for coming. Have you tried ASIR autofocus on the moon? No, I don't think I have. The C-Star autofocus I've tried, but ASIR autofocus. I guess that would just mean like with something like the ZWEAF. I haven't tried that. Steve says I've used solar guiding with PhD 2. ETA, Jim, we're about 20 minutes out from the start of the eclipse with the penumbral phase, which isn't very interesting, and then we're 3 hours out from the main event, totality. Oh, no mic audio on the C-Star screen. Thank you. I didn't set that up correctly. There we go. Now you should hear me here. So people are saying this image on the C-Star is a little too blue, which I agree with. But it might just be because it's on my MacBook screen. I don't know, and there's something weird going on there. Colin says, I have my camera set up. Thanks you for your content and streaming. Yeah, so this streaming stuff is new to me, so I'm sure I'm going to make some mistakes. There's other people that have been doing it a lot longer. Is the Star Adventure GTI the best option for beginning star tracking? I think it's a good option. I mean, it's a little expensive. What is it, like $650 or $750 with the tripod? So you can go with a cheaper option if you're just starting. Like the Move Shoot Move is good for very wide field, like Milky Way, or just the Star Adventure 2i is good for if you don't need the go-to, which is again a little bit cheaper. But if the price isn't an impediment, then yeah, I do think the GTI is a good option. Should I stack moon photos, and if so, what software? I have a video on that for Lunar Eclipse specifically. So I used AutoStacker for the stacking of the moons, the moon photos, and then I also used a program called Pip just to sort of center all the moons if they got off center. Both of those are free, but Windows only. Scotty says, my local Wawa was out of moon pies, so I had to settle for sun chips as eclipse snacks. I used to live in Delaware, so I miss Wawa. That was my local gas station convenience store. They had good stuff. Too many hobbies, Dad. Hello from Southern Illinois, Murfreesboro. Great. Yeah, I brought the full size mic out here outside to sound a little better. Thanks, Smaz Sky. Yeah, the best way to learn streaming is by doing it. I think that's probably right. Looks like the moon's getting a little brighter. I think it looks a little better without so many clouds in front of it. Would a circular polarizer help to cut through the cloudy, hazy conditions? Yeah, maybe. I know that sometimes people use infrared filters to get through the clouds a little bit. Best settings for my intervalometer. Oh, that's a good question. Maybe every... It's so long. I don't know. Maybe every minute or 2 minutes. I don't think you need to go crazy with it unless you want a very smooth time lapse. If you want a very smooth time lapse, then every few seconds. But if you're just sort of making pictures to get every phase to make maybe like a composite, then I'd say every couple minutes is fine. When's the eclipse? Totality is in just a bit over almost just under 3 hours. I should have figured out how to do that countdown. I think Chuck has that. That's a good idea, but The eclipse sort of starts in about 17 minutes now. But when it starts, you'll see that not much happens for a very long time. So we're going to be waiting. Totality here on the East Coast is at 2:30 a.m. What program can you use to filter out the clouds? Yeah, that would be great if someone could develop that. I'd use it all the time. Never cared for Wawa. Oh, that's interesting. Watched Jetlag the Game with some popcorn before. Now that everyone's asleep, just waiting to go out when the Umbra hits. Yeah, should be soon. Mike was a great idea. Sounds very crisp and clear. Good. Thanks, Colin. What's the focal length of your lens right now? This is 750 millimeters. Also, should I use a 2x multiplier for my 70 to 200? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Even on crop sensor, 400 millimeters is going to be better than 200 for this kind of thing. Is it going left to right or right to left? The moon is moving, from my perspective, left to right. Is the tripod that comes with the GTI good? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't think so. It's not the best part of that package. Is it worth $100? Probably, but is it good? No. But so I honestly probably would prefer just an aluminum tripod, like from Manfrotto or something, even used, to the tripod that comes with the GTI. It doesn't seem very sturdy to me. But even better would just be like a big thick tripod. Put a lot more weight under the GTI. Why does the moon look like it has a structural skeleton of some kind of steel or alloy? I don't know. You mean in my shot here? Doing the double stream too. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of people actually streaming now. Chuck is streaming, Sarah Maths Astro. I think there's probably time and date. I'm sure there's tons of Lunar Eclipse streams going on. Could you explain what totality looks like naked eye? Is it something only observable with binoculars? Is the red moon only really visible with a camera? No. I think that it's I would say that people very much saturate their moons to make them redder, So I would say, to me, it looks actually usually more orange, but it depends on the eclipse. But what's really cool through binoculars is seeing those stars very close to the moon. I loved that. And every time it gets me. So I'm going to leave this shot at some point during totality and go look through my binoculars, because that's my favorite part, is seeing this thing visually. Okay, I'm going to just skip ahead while these are going here. Thank you to Kurti and Funny. Yeah, thank you so much. They came to my workshop in Arizona. Hi, guys, and yeah, thanks so much for the good luck and the super thanks. I really appreciate it. I thought this was tomorrow. Yeah, that's confusing, Kevin, because it was advertised as being on the 14th, because the totality doesn't start in the U.S. until in most time zones until tomorrow, but it's sort of like early Friday morning. So technically, as Dave says, technically it's in the 14th. Kevin Speedruns says it's rough to pull our line on the GTI tripod without the peer extension. Yeah, that's definitely true. The ASI Air definitely makes a big difference for using the GTI, because then you can do the polar alignment on your phone, and that makes it a lot nicer. Ooh, wow. Just saw a coyote or something run through my yard. That was funny. Ran through really quick. Okay, back to the chat here. Is there any specific camera settings I need to catch the stars during totality? I was thinking 1 minute 30, 1 minute, maybe 1 minute 30-second exposure. So that's way too long, Zachary. No, because then your moon's gonna be so blown out that I think there's gonna be a lot of that red haze. What I do is I don't do any kind of different settings for the stars. I just take the same shots that are well exposed for the moon, which are going to be like 1 to 3 to 4 seconds, and that's enough to get the stars. So I wouldn't mess with long exposures. You don't need to. Because it's so cloudy, I'm just going to set my action cam up. That's a good idea. Settings suggestions. I would put it on time-lapse mode. If it has like an auto exposure, that might work. Oh, hey, Ian Lauer. If anyone doesn't know, Ian Lauer is a YouTube channel too. Great stuff. How's the weather looking for you? Pretty good. I mean, right now it doesn't look too good. It's like there's a huge moon halo, and it's thin clouds sort of everywhere. But on Astrospheric, it looks like it's really going to start clearing up in about half an hour to an hour here, and by totality, I think it's going to be clear. That's fingers crossed, at least. Thank you again to Funny and Kirti. I really appreciate it. It's super bright right now in Louisiana. Thank God it isn't raining. Yeah, that'd suck. If there's Ethan asks, if there's a thin layer of cloud over the moon, do you think I can still make a sharp composite? Yeah, pretty sharp. It's going to, of course, mess with small detail. But a composite, you're putting multiple moons into one shot, so they sort of shrink down. So I think you'll be fine there. Good luck, Gold Dog 82. I'll probably be pulling an all-nighter too. I don't know if I'm gonna make it all the way through the penumbral on the other end to 6 a.m. or whatever it is. Because I'm outside, so I don't know if I'll want to do that, but we'll see. Excuse me. Top of Lake Champlain in the house. Gonna set my 2-eye outside in a bit. My first proper lunar eclipse since every last one was clouded out. Well, that's good. Hopefully it's clear where you are. I've had I think the last two here I've had good luck with. 2019, 2022. I was able to photograph both. Would bracketing on the camera be effective for the lunar eclipse? It might be worth doing. I've never done it, but you might see different things with bracketing that it might be fun to bring out. Funny says, yeah, it was an awesome workshop. Yeah, I'm working on offering some more here. Hopefully, I'll be able to announce things soon on Patreon. Got clear skies here in Georgia, so I should have a pretty good view of it, but I just got to make it till 2 without falling asleep. Yeah, I was talking to my neighbor who said he's going to set an alarm, maybe sleep a little and then come back out. Are you in your roll-off observatory? No, I'm not. I was looking at the path of totality, and towards in the second half of totality, I could tell that I would get into the trees. West is my worst direction in the observatory, so I just decided I didn't want to only shoot the first half of it, so I'm out here in the yard. I'm just about 100 feet from the observatory, but it makes enough of a difference with the trees that I can shoot the whole thing out here. I did clear a little bit of snow, but I'm still basically sitting in the snow. How long until the 5th to start? How long until the 5th to start? How long from start to finish? It's sort of like 6 hours from start to finish. The start of the penumbral phase is going to start in 7 minutes here. 4th rainstorm in the past 6 months in Tucson tonight, says Matt. Yeah, Dave was saying that earlier, that Tucson getting some rain. Or was it Phoenix? Phoenix or Tucson? Would you change ISO as the eclipse faces go, or just the shutter speed for DSLR with telephoto lens? I would change both. Like right now, I have a bunch of different setups going, and this is a mirrorless camera. And so this right now is set at ISO 100, like 1/400th of a second. I mean, this is video, so it's a little different, but still, that gives you an idea of how bright the moon is right now. And yeah, so I'm going to have to change both ISO and shutter speed as we go here. And that's what I would suggest you probably do too. You might just keep it on the same for a lot of the sort of the partial phase part, but once you get to totality, you're really going to want to raise ISO and shutter and change shutter speed. Probably, in past eclipses, when I was at like f8 to f11, I was doing like 2 to 3 seconds at ISO 3200 during totality to give you sort of a range of things. But it's hard to predict because every eclipse is a little bit different. It depends on our atmosphere, how much matter is in the atmosphere. Are you using tracking for moon tonight? Yep, I'm on the AM5 mount, so I'm tracking. You can see I sometimes lean over and adjust it to keep it centered. It's only drifting very slowly. I probably got my polar alignment just a little bit off, but then I cropped in here for the live stream, so that's why I'm having to adjust it more often. Is because I'm so cropped in that any little movement, it's eventually drifting off of center a little bit. Any suggestions for choosing exposure timings with the Nikon Z6 through the ASI Air? Struggling to read the histogram in ASI Air. If you mean during totality, you could probably just do it by eye, just sort of look at how it looks and adjust the shutter speed until it looks good. But I'm guessing if you're at a normal sort of focal length of focal ratio of around f8 or something, then it's probably going to be between 1 and 3 seconds is probably about right. Could a halo still appear during totality with thin clouds present? A halo. I think cloud halo. Yeah, I'm seeing a halo around the moon right now in the clouds, so that can happen. And I think that during totality, it could still be bright enough to see that probably. It might be pretty dim though, but with a long exposure with a camera, it'd probably show up. Lukimatico, how's it going? Thanks, Luke, for coming. For anyone that doesn't know Luke's channel, he does a lot of live streams. I'm very impressed by his live streaming ability. How he's doing nice deep sky captures from his observatory. Go subscribe to Lukimatico if you're not subscribed. Zachary, interesting. I was thinking a long exposure on Star Tracker would be better, only looking for photos composite of the moon and stars. Yeah, if you want to mess around with trying longer exposures, you have plenty of time. The totality lasts an hour, but I found that when you composite the moon and the stars back together, if you go really long exposure and the moon is completely overexposed, it just blows out the stars near it, and then you'd have to do so much cleanup, and then it ends up sort of starting to look fake. So I found it's best just to composite with the same photos. And to me, that feels like a little bit more real anyways. So I like it doing it that way. All right, we're just 2 minutes away from the start of the penumbral phase of the eclipse. I'm going to have to switch my little background screen here in 2 minutes. I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter, says Nevermind. Coffee is going to be my best friend tonight. You know what? Do I have anything out here? I don't think I have any drinks out here. I should get something at some point. I had good skies for both May and November 2022. You know what? Yeah, there were 2 in 2022. I think I only shot 1, and I can't remember why I didn't shoot both. Maybe only 1 was on the East Coast? Can't remember. Ducta Peninja 13 says, out here on the West Coast, going to try and shoot this with some film. That should be cool. Yeah, I've definitely seen some shots like that, and it can work really well. Are you taking video exposures right now or not yet? Yes, Jules, this picture you're seeing right above me right here, this is live video of the moon with this gear I have listed on the left. So a telescope and a Sony camera streaming to my laptop. Comet Cryo says, glad the severe weather event decided to let the lunar eclipse happen a day earlier. Oh, yes, I heard about this in Georgia. Some severe weather coming. Derek says, yeah, just like the Twilight movie. Cloudy in the UK right now. Same here with snow in central New York. Lito Junior Domingo is in the Philippines. Get some ambience with some crickets. Baron says, I love working night shifts to see things like this. Clear skies here in Florida. Hi, Derek. Hi, Evan. Hi, Armando from Mexico. Colin asks, ISO and f-stop recommendations for 2 seconds, 400 millimeter f or 1.6 crop. I'd start at f8, ISO 1600, and just from there. That's for totality. I got to miss the rest of your stream. Work in the morning. Good luck tonight. Thanks, Blanco86. Thoughts on the Canon 5D Mark II from Mr. Yoshi? I have one still, but I don't use it that often. It's good for just like it'd be good for something like this, shooting eclipses. Anytime you have plenty of light. I don't think it's the best for. Oh, there's my timer. Hold on 1 second. Okay, we have entered the penumbral phase. Let me change something here. There we go. Currently in penumbral eclipse. So this will last about an hour. I should set a timer while I'm thinking of it. Partial eclipse starts at 1:09. Let's start a timer for 1:09 a.m. All right, timer set. Oh, I missed a super chat here. Oh, thank you, Luke, so much. Gotta fly soon as it's 4 a.m. here. I'm on baby duty. Good luck for the eclipse. Oh, thanks, Luke. And yeah, I guess in the UK you probably you would only get this if you live somewhere right on the ocean, maybe if you could get it in the morning. But I don't think anyone's even trying. It's really challenging. But yeah, have a good night, Luke. Thanks so much. Okay, so I was saying a 5D Mark II. I have that camera. It's okay, but it's pretty old at this point. So it's going to be a pretty noisy sensor. If you're looking at cameras to buy, like just any newer Canon would be much better. Like even like a Canon T7, just any cheap Rebel is going to probably, from the past few years, is going to be much better for deep sky astrophotography than the 5D Mark II. Alan asks, better to stop it down using telephoto and lead and see, and was going to shoot at f5.6, but I can move it to f11. No, I think for totality, f5.6 is going to be better because then you can do shorter exposures and get more of them. But you could play around. You have an hour, so you could, with lead and see, you could even program in, several. I think that can change the aperture, right? So you could set in several in both. But most camera lenses are going to be sharpest around f5.6 to f8. f11, they don't really get any sharper, so there's not really any point in stopping it down that far, I don't think. How long can you shoot for untracked with 230 millimeters? It depends on your pixel size, but let's just put in a sort of general pixel size here and see what PhotoPills says. Let's see. Spot stars, what do you say? 230. Okay, with a Canon Rebel T4i and 230 millimeters, it says with barely noticeable trails, 1.5 seconds. With very accurate, it's putting it at 0.77. So I think for something like this, going with 1 or 1.5 seconds would be good. Ooh. Jonas says here it's 100 kilometers per hour plus winds. I think it's over. Yeah, probably. That's crazy. I'm using an Orion Space Probe 130 EQ on a GTI imaging with a Nikon D3500. That sounds good. Oh, another super chat here. Let me see what this says. Hope to see you again at NEAF. Thanks, Kaisel. I appreciate that. For anyone that doesn't know, NEAF is the Northeast Astronomy Forum. It's coming up in under a month. I'll be there. I'll also be at NEAC, which is now after NEAF. And that they're both really good events. They're in New York, just about an hour outside of New York City. And so you can look those up, NEAF, if you are in the area and you can come. It's a great time. A lot of this astronomy vendors are there, ZWO, Skywatcher, Celestron. So you can talk to people. It's a really fun time. And if you see me at NEAF, please feel free to say hi and introduce yourself. Even if I look like I'm doing something, I don't mind. Go ahead and interrupt me. Say hello. 211 Milkman. Good evening, Nico. I hope you're doing well. I have a question. I'm currently tracking on the EQ6R mount. What do you do when the moon crosses the meridian? Do you manually flip the scope? Yep, that's what I'm planning to do tonight. That's another thing I should be aware of, actually. I have a separate laptop for the tracking here. Let me check on it. All right, we're still a ways away from it crossing the meridian, probably an hour it looks like. But yeah, I do plan to manually flip it because I don't have it on any kind of auto flip program right now. It's just tracking, so once it crosses the meridian, I'm just going to manually flip. And so, though, if you do have auto flip on, then it should just auto flip. But I wanted it to manually flip so I can make sure that I get all my cables situated, because I'm probably going to have to cut this stream for a second. Just to make sure that my cabling is okay, because it's a little bit weird here in my situation. But anyways, hope that answers your question. I would just say after you cross the meridian, bring up your hand controller or your computer and say, go to the moon again, and it'll do the flip. Greetings from New Zealand, just about to head out. Another 3 hours to go. Some low clouds are rolling in. No chance of seeing it in northern Utah. That's too bad. Do you know how to add a browser source to the streaming software, assuming OBS? No, sorry. I am using OBS, but I don't know how to do anything with it. I just was able to cobble this together just through just through guessing, basically. There's another super thanks here. Cassivi02 from Brazil with a Rebel T7, lots of clouds. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Doug says, looks like I'll be glued to your live feed. Clouds just rolled in over here in Deer Park, Texas, just southeast of Houston. Wow, yeah, it seems like Texas is getting bad luck with the eclipses, because I was planning to go down there for the total solar eclipse, but then we got better luck up here in New England, so it's weird. Texas is usually clear, but the eclipses in Texas aren't mixing right now. Full lunar eclipse and Pi Day. Yes, Mike. Yeah, my local makerspace is doing a Pi Day celebration, so I gotta make a pie tomorrow after having no sleep. But I think I'm gonna do something easy. I'll probably just do like an Oreo pie. I really hope that Blue Ghost lander captures the POV from the moon. That would be cool. Comment Cryo. But I don't think we have an actual capture. We just have what are they? Simulations of it, or artists' interpretations of what a lunar eclipse would look like from the moon looking back at the Earth, which I guess would be a solar eclipse from the moon. I've been practicing all week and managed to see a moon dog a few nights ago. That's cool, Kristen. Yeah, I'm not seeing... I think moondog means when there's like the ice crystals in the air. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those. That's cool. Nahi says, I'm in India. It's bright as F here. Yeah, it's getting brighter here too. The clouds are starting to part a little bit. Maybe you can see that in my live stream. I don't know. But yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, over here it's actually getting pretty clear. So hopefully that it keeps clearing up. Oh, I lost my spot. Let's see. Where are we? I totally lost my spot. How would I find where I was again? Okay, there we go. Good morning, Luke. Yeah, I don't know if Luke's gone to bed now, but thanks again for coming. Luke, I actually used your cool. Do I have it here? Let's see. Yep, there it is. I don't know if Luke's still here, but I forgot about this. I should have shown this when I was talking about him earlier. This is Luke's Luka Matiko's cool universal Badenov mask, and I used this earlier to focus on a star before I slew to the moon. All right. Heck yeah, live. Thanks, visual evidence. Jake, I'm so sorry. I'm not sure what about. Watching in Darwin, Australia. I'm pulling an all-nighter too, says Omar. I'm in New York. Both were visible in 2022. Oh, I was asking about that earlier. But the moon set during totality in November. May was visible start to end. Okay, got it. Bill Blanchin. Hey, how's it going, Bill? For anyone that doesn't know, Bill Blanchin has a YouTube channel too. Also makes amazing scripts for Pix Insight that are free. So go check out Bill's channel. And if you're a Pix Insight user, you're going to want those scripts. And processes, I should say. Yeah, I always call them scripts, but some of them are processes now, I think. Jake, I'm so sorry. I know I'm late to the party. Where are you viewing from? I am in western New Hampshire, sort of on the border of New Hampshire and Vermont, in a rural area here. I'm at the end of a dirt road. I won't say my exact location. Allenhurst, Georgia is 100% clear till 3 to 4 a.m. That's good. Hello from Boise, Idaho. Okay, you got the intervalometer stacking bug in me now. Great. This is my first time doing video of the moon for the whole thing, so it'll be interesting. We're in the penumbral eclipse now, but I can't say that I'm seeing any change yet. I think it's going to be a while before we see any change. How do you know about the timing? Do you have some app website to monitor the phase each hour or possibly per minute? Yes, the best website, I can probably put it in the chat here, or maybe not, maybe someone else can, is timeanddate.com. And if you just Google time and date, lunar eclipse, March 13th, go to that link and it will show the times for your location. You might have to say allow the browser to find my location or something, but it should work. So actually, I could probably bring that up. Let's see here. 1 second. Does that work? I think that's working. So here is timeanddate.com. The eclipse is currently in progress. If you go down here, this is a town or city in New Hampshire, so that's why it says local time in Concord right here for me. But this will give you all the timings. So we are here in New Hampshire. It's 12:13 a.m. So we've entered the penumbral eclipse. The partial eclipse isn't going to start for about an hour. And then the full eclipse is about 2 hours, 10 minutes away. All right. Clear skies in Fort Lauderdale. Gerald, hey Gerald, seeing the same as you from southeast Texas. Clouds predicted to come in around midnight. Oh, that sucks. Hopefully the forecast is wrong, but it sounds like most people on the chat over in Texas are not having the best time. And I have a scope down in Texas, and I don't think they've opened the roofs at Starfront because of clouds. It is getting clearer and clearer here, as you can probably tell from my video. We're not seeing that halo as much around the moon. Forecast says Chicago will have a clear sky right before the totality. Yeah, that'd be great, and that can happen. In the 2017 total solar eclipse, I was in Nashville, and it was cloudy right until totality, and then it cleared up, and we got totality. Astro Island, getting ready to view the eclipse as well. A bit cloudy at the moment, but moon still visible. Yep, that's how it is here for sure. Shooting eclipses always reminds me of how dirty my camera sensor is. Yeah. Well, try blowing it off with your rocket blower first, if that doesn't work, and hold it upside down while you're blowing it. that doesn't work, you can get those kits now, one-time use kits that work pretty well. Maggie says, Team Jacob Knight. Rudolph says, my daughter is loving this. Pelagus Tylos asks, does much happen during the penumbra? No, not really. Very, very subtle. If you take sort of timed photos of it, you can get slightly different colors sometimes. I did one penumbral eclipse where I could sort of see slightly different colors if you sort of underexpose it. But I don't think that with this kind of bright full moon and the kind of settings I have here, we're going to see much during the penumbral phase. Once we get to the partial phase, which is now under an hour out, then we'll start seeing something. Is it in New York? Yes. It's everywhere in the U.S. right now. Anywhere you can see the moon, it's going to happen. Is the TT Artisan 500 f6.3 worth getting for astro-related shooting? I was considering it for birding and at least lunar. Yes, Lego, I've reviewed that one, and it worked great. You would probably need tracking, of course, at 500 millimeter focal length, but yes, go check out my video. It's called Lens versus Telescope for Astrophotography. Jay, where are you videoing from? I'm in western New Hampshire in a rural spot. I'm in my backyard in western New Hampshire. Is the Canon R unmodified still good? Yeah, it's pretty good. For astrophotography purposes, you don't necessarily need full frame unless you're really wanting to do a lot of Milky Way shooting. Then it might be helpful, but any of these Canon R series cameras are going to work fine for astrophotography, especially deep sky. But probably if you're getting a new camera for just astrophotography, I'd probably get a cheaper one and modify it rather than get the Canon R and keep it stock. But if you're getting it sort of for dual use and you need a camera for something else, but also astrophotography, then it would work great. M101 running while I await the eclipse. Yeah, I thought about doing some deep sky, but it's pretty cloudy here, so we'll have to wait. What lens would you recommend for long-range picture taking like the moon for a Canon 90D? You know that TT Artisan 500 is actually a pretty good deal. I think they make it for EF too, but maybe not. I can't remember. Other ones, long-range picture taking. You might be better off if you're really interested in the moon, just getting a cheap telescope and attaching your Canon 90D to a cheap telescope of some kind. Like even like a Maxitov or something could be cool. That's if you're really just like into the moon stuff. If you want a lens for other reasons, of course, then something like these third-party lenses, like the TT Artisans 500, I think are a pretty good deal. Another super chat here. Let me just check this out. William Gonzalez, $10. Watching your videos got me into astrophotography, and I got some great photos of the Milky Way last summer from Joshua Tree. Thanks. Oh, that's awesome, William. I will have some news soon, I think, about Joshua Tree and a workshop. So I've never been. I'm really looking forward to it, to getting out there at some point. It's great that you got great photos of the Milky Way. And thanks so much for coming and for supporting me. I appreciate it. Evan says, I'm using a Z6 II and a 70-200 tonight. Christian says, greetings from Quebec, 2% cloud here, ready with a Nikon Plus Vespera. Happy night to all. That's great. I'm also I have three setups here, a Canon, a C-Star, and a Sony. So all the brands are represented. Dave asks 500 or 600 rule. For this, I'd go 500 rule or even a little bit more conservative during totality. Like, but 500 rule should probably be okay. I would not go 600 rule. Anton says cloudy Denver. That's too bad. Very sad I'm missing this working, says Michael. What about in the Northwest Canada? It's the same, right? Yeah, anywhere in the Americas right now. I can bring up the time and date again. Here's the eclipse kind of situation. So, well, actually, so Eastern South America, maybe not, but anywhere in Canada and the United States, Mexico, the islands, yeah, you're going to get the eclipse. Oh wait, I didn't switch to my screen. Sorry. There we go. Would have helped to switch to the screen. Okay, this is what I was trying to show. So anywhere in the western half of South America. Am I already too tired to do this? Mexico, Cuba, Jamaica, any of the Caribbean islands, all of the United States, all of Canada, basically, the half of Alaska. Yeah, any of these places where are red, you're going to get the whole totality for this lunar eclipse. I have to adjust my thing here. All right, I am sure I'm way behind here. There's another super chat. Grit117. Not having much luck in northern Connecticut as clouds came in around 11 p.m. Oh, those darn clouds. Yeah, I think they're still scattered clouds now, but the moon is so bright it's like pushing through them. My pop and I usually get great images with the sea star. Yes, for sure. Thanks for streaming it. It's my pleasure. Thanks for the super chat. I'm getting set up with the new Neptune C 50% cloud, says Dave Anderson. Yeah, the Neptune C, I think that's a Player One camera. Thanks for the live stream. Deep penumbral will happen at 12:55 a.m. Okay, we'll see what that looks like. We're still half an hour out from there. Colin says, I've studied in practicum all your stacking videos. They are the best. Oh, thanks, Colin. Daily Meme says it's cloudy here. JL Cubing. Hi, Nico. Hi, JL. It's 66 degrees here in Kansas City. Think anti-dew on Sea Star necessary. I don't know if just from the temperature, I don't know if you can tell. You have to look at the dew point. But I'd probably just turn it on. Why not? TAE Brown. Hello from Franconia. What did I do here? New Hampshire. Oh, great. Another New Hampshire. Oh, yeah, I've been to Franconia, of course. But I think it's even clearer up north. Hi from Midland, Georgia. Lots of clouds. That's too bad. Daniel. Put my DSLR on this. It decided it didn't want to work tonight, so instead I'm doing mono. Once we actually start, I'll start changing colors. That should be interesting. I did mono for a comet from Starfront. It actually turned out pretty well. What ZWO camera do you like for the FMA 180 Pro? Asked Jeff. What I like is probably like the 2600 MC because I love wide field, but I'm going to be trying the QHY Minicam 8 on the FMA 180 Pro, so that should give you a sense for that size sensor. And ZWO makes a 585, and I think they're releasing the 585 Air soon, which should be interesting. Motorsports Racing Driver asks, is it going to be red? Yes, it will be red in 2 hours from now. So if you want to stay up, you can, or you could go to sleep and wake back up. Oh, thank you, Maggie. Some tea, herbal tea, though. I need caffeinated tea. No, I don't know. Herbal tea's fine. Thank you. Thanks. So yeah, it's going to be read in 2 hours. Think of manually doing it an hour ahead of the right time and seeing if I can just force it from there. Think of manually doing it an hour ahead. Oh, maybe, Paul, are you talking about the flip? Oh, yeah, you say it here, meridian flip has me nervous. Yeah, that might work. I've never tried, or maybe I have, making it manually do a flip an hour ahead of time. But I think that we're not going to, well, I guess it depends on your location. I don't think that anyone, though, is going to have the flip happening during totality. I might be wrong about that. But I think it's going to happen during the partial phase for almost anyone. But I could be wrong. Doug says, hi from Sydney, Australia. It's 3:05 p.m. here, and the moon won't rise until 7:13 p.m. after totality at 6:31 p.m. Oh. Pancake says, so much clouds, hope you get a good view. Yeah, I mean, it's clearing up here, I think, for sure. Still scattered clouds everywhere, but you can see, this is a live video from my telescope right in front of me right here, so getting pretty good results. Is there anything I can do to maximize the potential of my photos? I'm stuck with untracked using the suboptimal 75 to 300 Canon lens kit with the T7. It's not much, so any advice? I guess if you can get to a dark sky, that always helps. Practicing processing, going after Messier objects. So pretty soon I'm going to try a Messier marathon untracked, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, just a lot of practice and getting better at processing, finding dark skies. Those are going to be the main things. Getting good at focusing, making sure you have nice, well-focused data from a dark sky is what really is going to help you. 211 Milkman, super chat. Thank you, Nico. You're an inspiration to me on this journey and this wonderful hobby. Keep up the great work. Thanks so much, 211 Milkman. I really appreciate it. I don't know how far behind I am on the chat. There are goofy delays in automated meridian flips too. Messed up my solar clip last spring. Oh, that's too bad, Gerald. Yeah. They're a lot of times you're relying on one piece of software to talk to another, and sometimes there can even be sort of conflicts between two pieces of software that can both do automated meridian flips. So, yeah. I think it really can be an issue. I'm pretty sure I looked at this earlier, and it looked like for this one, for me, it's going to happen during the partial eclipse. So I'll probably just go dark for a little bit, do the manual kind of meridian flip, and then we'll be back. Mr. Yoshi, I think you were asking about the Canon 5D Mark II earlier. Should I save up for a Sony camera because I'm also trying to do videography? Yeah, Sony cameras are great for video. Here's the thing. The Canon can get quality video, but the formats they pick are just always so... I don't know. They just pick these formats that are so bloated or something. So the files are so huge when you get the really high quality options. While the Sony just seemed to have this magic with noise reduction or something, so that you get manageable file sizes, but really not high quality video. So I've gone to Sony for video, like many people have, just because they seem to really have that down. So right now you can see I'm shooting the moon on a Sony ZV-E1, but I also have an FX30. And yeah, any kind of modern Sony hybrid is great for if you want to do both photo and video. 211 Milkman, nice faint ring around the moon now in southern Maine. Awesome. Yeah, I'm getting pretty like little wispy clouds going through it right now. So the halo is pretty much gone now here in New Hampshire. Happy Pi Day, nerds. Yep, it's now 12:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, so we're in Pi Day 314. Jules in space. Just want to say I appreciate the stream to keep company while I'm out in the cold. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I think, get some of these. I have these hot hands. Is that better? Okay, sorry about that. I inadvertently unplugged my XLR cable there. So I don't know when I cut out. Oh well. Corley says, I shot my first one years ago with a crop sensor, 200mm zoom. Take a lot of pictures and adjust your settings as you go. The moon is bright, so using normal day settings are a good start. Definitely. Hello from Portland, Maine. What's up from Bardstown, Kentucky? Jose says hi from Arizona. It was cloudy and raining for the most part of the day, but cleared up just in time. I'm taking a time lapse with the Seastar S30. That's great. Clouded out of my location in the west of Scotland. Situation normal. Yeah, for sure. Why hasn't it started yet? It has started, but the penumbral phase is not very noticeable. So in half an hour, it will be the start of the partial phase, and then it will get way more noticeable leading up to 2:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. So 2 hours from now, that's when it'll get red. Cloudy here in Idaho, but I'm ready to bring out the Nikon D7200 and Askar FRA 400 on a tripod. Paul says, looks promising now. Your clouds look a bit cleared. Yeah, they're still around, but clearing. I just hooked up my T-mount to my Nikon D5000 and got a no lens attached message. Can I make this work? Yes, usually, and I can't remember what menu it would be in Nikon, but you just go into the menu and you have to tell it that you want to be able to release the shutter without a lens attached, and then it will work fine. You'll also have to maybe in the menu make sure you're set to manual focus mode. When you do both those things, it should work, but you'll have to search around in the menus for those settings. Where is this stream from? I'm in western New Hampshire. Slight clearing in Vancouver. I'm about to take pictures using a Canon R10 and an RF 200 to 800 with a 2x teleconverter. That's great. I'm near the GTA region of Ontario, and the moon is currently glowing like the sun would during a solar eclipse. Oh, interesting. Watching in Boston, Kentucky. Just got a break in the clouds here in Denver. Ooh, nice. Why it's sideways? Probably just the rotation of my camera. Oh, that's a good point. I could rotate it. I don't know if I'll bother though. Maybe after I do the meridian flip, I'll try to rotate it to look more like the moon looks up there. To me, it looks like it's just rotated maybe. Yeah, like I guess I see what you mean, sideways. It's like about 90 degrees off. It's just how my camera is attached to the telescope. Looks like great skies. I miss living out in Vermont. Yeah, for sure, Lorenzo. Cleveland, Ohio, totally clear. Awesome. Hey, man, I'm about to go outside. I can't wait to see. Yeah, it won't look like much yet, pancakes, but pretty soon here we'll start seeing some change. Delaware's awash, running up to Pennsylvania to hopefully catch a glimpse. Good luck. I've got high and hazy clouds. Think it'll still look red. Yes, for sure. Time and date. Time and date is the best website for looking this stuff up. Mark, hello from Ohio. My first lunar eclipse. Still debating if I'm staying up till 6, but thank you for all the guidance. Mark, I would say really you just have to stay up till 3 because the totality part is going to start at 2:30, and after you look at that for half an hour, that might be enough, and then you can go to bed. So I'd say stay up till 3. No need to stay up till 6. I'm seeing this from Italy because here we will not see it. Yeah, thanks for coming. My first lunar eclipse, and I'm learning not much happens during the penumbral. Yeah, definitely. Looks like here in Tennessee, the best time is around 1 a.m. according to time and date. Best time is probably going to be a little later than that, I'd think, even in Tennessee, but I might be wrong. Can't wait for all the enemies I just slayed to respawn. Not seeing any change yet here in central New York. Yeah, that's normal. Wait another hour or so. I know the lunar eclipses are a long process. Hello from San Jose, California. Partly cloudy, hoping it clears enough to see the eclipse. I'm in southern Louisiana and the clouds are rolling in. Astrospheric here, clear here in Erie, Pennsylvania. Imaging now, watching you while we warm up for a bit. That's great, Matthew. Cloudy. Hindi Smith says, you were wrong. It's going to happen in an hour. Stop lying to people. I'm not sure what you mean by that. The partial eclipse is going to happen in about 30 minutes now. But I mean, I know I'm behind on the chat here, but like I said, best thing is just go to timeanddate.com and it will tell you for your location. I brought that up a couple of times now. So I'm not going to do it again, but just go to timeanddate.com. It'll have a banner for the lunar eclipse, and you can see when the phases are for your location. Tico, yeah, if you're in the Eastern time zone, 2:30 is right. Bay Harbor Stimmer says, I live super close to you. Awesome. Jules in space. Any idea why I still need to recenter manually if my mount is using a lunar rate? Probably your polar alignment is just a little bit off, and so you're getting drift over these long time periods. Often we get drift with deep sky, but it just doesn't matter because we're not taking an hour-long exposure or something. We're taking a 3-minute exposure. So a very slow drift doesn't matter. But you can see that I'm getting a very slow drift, and I'm just recentering the moon every so often because probably I just didn't spend enough time on polar alignment, or my tripod sunk a little into the ground or something. Wait, so what time in Pennsylvania? Check timeanddate.com, Morty Smith. What do you recommend for checking cloud coverage? Astrospheric.com. Any glimpse of aurora where you're at? I'm in the White Mountains and haven't seen anything yet. Rachel, I hadn't heard that we're getting aurora tonight. That'd be cool. An aurora and eclipse at the same time. But no, I mean, it's so cloudy here. I'm sure I wouldn't have seen them yet if we do get them. But that would be awesome. Aurora plus eclipse. Although I'm not sure if I would even notice the aurora, but I should look that up now. Watching from India. Unfortunately, it's day here. Hoping to see it from your perspective. Yeah, I think we'll get good luck here. Australia has a bit of clouds, but maybe a little bit clearer later. Richard says, and I can attest to the eclipse luck in Texas. I went south of Dallas, where I live, to Kerrville, and should have the longest viewing in the U.S., but we were clouded over the whole day. Yeah. Kiko from Oklahoma, Alex from Costa Rica. JD is in Colorado, wondering how red the moon will get. Pollution in the atmosphere is normal, but what about the major forest fires to add to the blood? Yeah, it's a good question, JD. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. Jim's in St. Louis. Dave says the clouds parted in Phoenix. Now I just need to stay up. Oh, great. Balvant says in Florida the sky cleared at 11 p.m. Awesome. Tyler, I'm in New Hampshire too. Didn't realize you were also from... Oh, yeah, we already went over that one. So that was a super chat. Okay. Wow, I'm getting so far behind. Hello from Saudi Arabia. Hey, Gabe. Recognize your name, and I've seen your pictures, and you've also participated in my critiques before, I know. I've seen your pictures. Just got a huge dump of snow here at All-Star Telescope in Edmonton. Oh, so the light pollution is even worse, and I'm stuck in the city under 80% clouds. Oh, that sucks, Gabe. All right, 2 new super chats just came in. Let me just click on these. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it. And Jalen Habe says, Brazil. Thank you. Raphael says, I should be live too, but I was today years old when I found I should ask YouTube 24 hours in advance. I'm capturing with a Gear 60 and a 178C sensor. Oh, I didn't know you had to get YouTube's permission to stream. I don't know. I guess I did that a while ago. Richard, clouds have moved off here in Dallas. Wow, it seems like clouds are moving away in a lot of places. Nice move to Fort Lauderdale. Is it that cold over there? You sound out of breath. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean it is pretty cold. Yeah. Clouds clear up here in Edmonton. Great. New York City is cloudy. What do you think of the Astrotech RC6? I've never used a Ritchie Crichton for imaging personally, so I don't have any real opinion. Gerald asks, "What are you using to sequence?" I'm not sequencing anything right now. I'm just shooting video on both the C-Star and this live stream on the Sony. And then on my Canon, I'm just using an intervalometer. So I'm not really using any complicated tech here. Mr. Funnybeard says, "Can someone go into the settings and turn the clouds off?" Yep, I'll get on that. Paul says, I do see my histogram nudging left a little, though. Hard to see visually. Yeah. The trouble I'm having is with the clouds moving through, and there's different levels of clouds. It's hard to really judge the brightness of the moon in this penumbral phase. How to check cloud coverage forecast. I'd suggest astrospheric.com if you're in North America. Jeff in Northeast Colorado, how red do you think the blood moon will get? I have no idea. It's each time it feels different. The one in 2022, I can't remember if it was May or November, did get pretty dark. And it was a little muted, I thought. I think I prefer the sort of brighter ones. Seattle reporting in with a surprisingly clearing sky just in time. Don't let anyone buy a telescope right now. I won't. Michael says one of my favorite dark spots I go to is in Hollis, New Hampshire. Anthony says light to patchy moderate in New Minot, ND, North Dakota, but at least it's above freezing. I think we're below freezing here in New Hampshire, but not too bad. Are you shooting photo or video or time lapse? I'm doing a little bit of each, but this is video. And then once we get a little further along, I'll start off some time lapses with the Canon camera. Carla, thanks for doing this. Got my C-star pointed at the moon. That's great, Carla. Yeah, I'll show my C-star, see if we're still on it. Oh, wow, look at that. That's interesting. So the C-star with its auto exposure, I think, is doing a better job of showing that penumbral phase. Maybe I'll leave it on this for a while. Because I don't have the other one on auto exposure, so I think it's just blowing it out too much. So I'm going to leave it on this. Not much luck in Alabama. Will I possibly see the eclipse before it shows on the stream from Edmonton, Alberta? I don't know about that. It's possible. Oh, you know what? I am sort of seeing the penumbral phase now, visually. Now that I can sort of see it with the C-star version and then look up there and see it. And someone in the chat earlier says 12:55 a.m. That's when we'd see it. Yeah, and it's around 12:55 a.m. How long until it's supposed to happen? Until it gets the blood red, we're about an hour and 40 minutes out. Shannon, greetings from Las Vegas. Greetings, Shannon. New Jersey, super clouds, but the moon is so bright that my Canon RP with 400 does excellent capture. Oh, that's great. Gary, KB, Paul, Lord Wodo says Ontario is crystal clear. NES, what time will this start to have a shadow? Very soon. I mean, you can sort of see it now here in the penumbral phase, but then it's gonna get more dramatic in about 20 minutes. Clear viewing in north central North Carolina. Waiting from Boston. Talia says Brazil is in the house. Omar is going to go grab a snack. Paul says my meridian flip is during partial. Yep, flip here was, Raphael says flip here was midnight, 12:13 a.m. For Paul, it's around 1:45 a.m. I think mine was around 1:30 a.m. Maybe more like Paul's, 1:45. Okay, I'm not going to read every message just because I think I've read messages from a lot of you already, so I'm just going to sort of look for questions here. Oh, gosh. I can see how far back I am because I'm just getting to audio issues. Okay. Hello from the seacoast in New Hampshire. Pulling an all-nighter. That's great. I think we're going to get some luck here in New Hampshire. Your mic is not working. I wonder if that's old. I feel like it's working now. Keith asks, "Why aren't you in your observatory?" It's I could get the moon from the observatory right now, but I noticed that at the very end of totality, I'd be in the trees, so I wanted to be able to capture the whole thing. So I'm out here in the yard. West is my worst direction for capturing from the observatory, so that's why I chose to sit out here in the yard. Where is this from? I'm in western New Hampshire. Matt says I can get a partial at sunset here in Australia. That's cool. Rainer, hello from, I'm going to butcher this, Ultrauerberg. Well, yeah, Keith, my observatory is not heated anyways, so it'd be about the same. Although I am sort of sitting in snow and ice here. Maybe I should get these hot hands into my boots. Is this real video of the moon? Yes, James. I got two different video streams of the moon here. This one I think is showing a little bit better because it's on auto exposure. Let me check the other one. Yeah, that one's still too bright, I think. Let me actually go turn down the settings on the Sony camera. 1 second. Wow. There, that looks better, right? Had to mess with the settings a little bit. So I'm outside. Everything is sort of manual. I can't control the Sony camera from my computer. I have to go over to it and actually mess with it. So I'm probably going to have to do that fair amount tonight. But the reason it looked so bad before was because I had it really bright because I was shooting through the clouds, and then I never changed the settings because I got so involved in the chat. I'm sorry if I miss people's questions, but I'm just going to try to stay up to date with the chat now. Yes, I am outside. What lens do I have on the Sony? I have a telescope. It's listed there. ZWO FF 107. It's about 750 millimeter focal length. Hi from Ireland, 5 a.m. here. Wow, that's late. Sir, what is the best budget EQ go-to telescope? Best budget. Best budget. I'd probably get the mount and the telescope separately. So, like, get a GTI and then a Askar FMA 180 maybe. Is the eclipse moving left to right? That is what it looks like. Yeah, I think that's right. They need to invent adaptive bracketing. I'm sure I probably could put it on an auto mode. Maybe I should do that. An auto ISO or something. When does the moon turn red? We're about 2.5 hours out. No, 1.5 hours. Sorry, 1.5 hours out. 2:30 a.m. here in the east. Wow, these comments going so quick. Hi from England. Love to be able to see it from Finland. Oh, we're definitely seeing some cool stuff now. See on the lower half of the moon, it's getting dark. We're 6 minutes out from the start of the partial eclipse. Arash says, unrelated to eclipse, any tips on getting guiding well tuned on an AM5, getting about 3 arc second RMS using a 30 millimeter guide scope? I think I should be able to do better. Yeah, you should. If you have the ASI Air, it's a little tougher. If you have the full PhD 2, you can use the guiding assistant, and that might give you some ideas. Make sure you have the focus good. Make sure that everything is well secured. Sometimes it's just something's loose. Make sure your polar alignment's good. Yeah, it's really just sort of every step. Sometimes it's even just like, a lot of times it's really just something is like loose mechanically, and that's causing an issue, I found. Well, from Indonesia, that's cool. I've been to Indonesia. I like gamelan music a lot, so I went to Bali and got to practice gamelan a little bit. Keith says, hoping someone somewhere gets an ISS transit during totality. That would be really neat. I was thinking about plane transits earlier because I had these military planes come overhead, and they were doing some kind of refueling mission, and it looked really odd. I got a picture. I don't know if I want to try to find it right now. What's the time there now? It's 1:05 a.m. here. What time does it start in Fresno? You're going to have to look that up on timeanddate.com. What state do you live in? I'm in New Hampshire. Are you wearing a sweatshirt or a jacket? I'm in New Hampshire too. I just want to peek outside. I'm wearing a jacket, yeah, for sure. It's like, I don't know, 20 something Fahrenheit. Is this live? Yes, this is a live video of the eclipse, and it looks very similar visually and what I'm seeing on my screen now. I fixed it just a little bit ago, so it's definitely looking more exactly how I see it up there now, and it's cleared here. Oh yeah, I haven't even really been looking at the sky, but it's almost completely clear. What time does totality begin in New Hampshire? 2:26 a.m. Hey, Quiv. Quiv the Lazy Geek is in the house here, all the way from Tokyo. Hi from Germany, Vancouver. A lot of people on this stream. Are you outside? Yes, I am. We had a coyote run through earlier. I'm out here in the snow. .26 here in Waterboro, Maine. Yeah, I should check the temperature. Let's see what it is here. .29 Fahrenheit. Will it only be visible tonight? Yep, only tonight. .73 degrees warm. That'd be nice. Hi from California, using my 22-inch Dob. That's cool. For anyone asking what time is it happening in my location, go to timeanddate.com and that'll tell you. Warm in Minnesota. I've heard, I'm from Minnesota, so my family tells me it's been warm, a warm winter, not much snow. Fairly normal winter here in New Hampshire. We got a fair amount of snow in January and February. Warming up now, Nico. We're in mud season. Yeah, I'm on a dirt road, so I definitely know mud season. When is it supposed to turn red, and what makes it turn red? It's going to turn red in about an hour and 20 minutes, and what makes it turn red is some light goes through the Earth's atmosphere, and then because of how light travels through the atmosphere, the blue light doesn't make it to the moon while the red light does. And then it's also going through the Earth's atmosphere, which has a lot of little particulates in it, so that can sort of darken the redness a little bit. So you get a little bit different kind of red every time. Okay, so we've just entered the partial phase. Let me change my slide here. Okay, and we're gonna see this partial phase is gonna make it's gonna sort of keep covering up the moon, and I can already sort of see it being taking a bite out of the moon there, the bottom left. Let me recenter. Is this 100% total lunar eclipse tonight? Yes, it is. If you are in the Americas, it's going to be 100% total lunar eclipse. If you get out right now, your moon should look like mine, with this lower part being in shadow, because we're starting to get where the Earth's shadow is, the darkest part of the Earth's shadow is covering part of the moon now, the umbra. Brentley says, I have my telescope right now looking at it. It's so cool. Yeah, I want to, once we get a little further in here, I'll look at it through my binoculars. Hi from Victoria, Canada. Pro Velvet X, a super chat, watching from Central Florida. Thank you so much. You need some music in the background. I don't know how to do that, Vishnu. Sorry. You can put on some music at your house, I guess. I also don't know what people's taste in music is. I'd probably pick something people wouldn't like. Is it visible to the naked eye? Yes. It looks very similar. I mean, to the naked eye, the contrast is more extreme. So the bright part of the moon is brighter, and the dark part looks fairly similar to this live stream here. But yeah, you definitely see a little bit more contrast visually. It's a brighter kind of effect, but it's very much same kind of look right now. Is today a partial or total lunar eclipse? So it depends where you are in the world, but if you're here in the U.S., it's a total lunar eclipse. So we are about an hour and 10 minutes away from totality. Quiv says, got to go back to work. We'll get back before totality. Yep, you got a little bit over an hour. Greetings from Nepal. That's cool. Play some cricket sounds like what I do. Yeah, no crickets here. Pretty quiet night. Can you comment on exposure bracketing captures, then stacking in post-production? Not really, because I've never done it for this. I always just take single exposures. I think I don't think it's really necessary. It might sort of complicate post-processing. I would probably just try to get exposure right for each stage as much as you can. What time zone are you in? I'm in Eastern Daylight Time. Should I stack my dark mid lights and or then HDR blend? Yeah, that might work. Again, I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure. When will the moon be red in Waterloo, Iowa? I think around 1:30 a.m. Central Time. But check timeanddate.com just to make sure I'm right about that. Jason did a super chat. Thanks for getting me into this awesome hobby. Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're part of the hobby now. It's a lot of fun. Are you doing lucky imaging tonight? I'm really just sort of doing the live stream tonight. Once, maybe actually soon, I'll get up and start a time lapse on my Canon. And then I also have the C Star going. Maybe I should actually be recording with this. Whoops. I'm new to time lapse. It's a lot to try to keep track of. Okay, let's start the time lapse on the C Star here. I don't know. What's the normal sort of is it doing every second? Well, whatever. We'll just let that go. We'll keep the C Star image up for a while. Got another super chat here. Christopher, thank you. I appreciate it. Where is that? Susanna, I'm in western New Hampshire, but this is visible across the United States. So if it's clear where you are, get outside right now and you'll see this. When do you know when to start changing camera settings? Asks Eric. Well, let's check my camera here. You know, it is a little bit dark there. I guess it depends. If you're doing a time lapse, I'd probably just let it go, and then you can sort of play around with that in post. As long as, you know, like this is still properly exposed. It's maybe just like a third of a stop under. Once we get to totality, though, you are going to have to change the settings for sure, because it gets so much darker that you're going to have to do much longer to expose it properly. I don't see the moon. It should be to the southwest, or actually more due south right now. So if you have a compass on your phone, go to the south and look up in the sky. Is this tracked or untracked? This is all tracked. Lunar tracking keeps it centered. Isn't U.S. have severe weather today? The U.S. is huge, so maybe some place has severe weather, but up here in New Hampshire, it's been very pleasant, no wind or anything. Yep, Doug said the same thing. If you were on the moon, would you see a red halo around the Earth? Yes, you would. Or at least that's the theory. We've never taken a picture of a lunar eclipse from the moon. Diego asks, I have a question for you. What kind of program are you using to make the live? Is it complicated to use? It's called OBS, and I don't know what that stands for. I do find it a little complicated, but I'm making it work. Virginia asks, do we need specific glasses to see it, or can we use binoculars? You do not need any kind of glasses. And yes, you can use binoculars. Just point them at the moon. Right now, it's going to be pretty bright through binoculars, but once we get to totality, it's great through binoculars. I'm a noob. Am I going to want higher exposure or lower on my camera? You're going to want higher exposure than normal, meaning make the image brighter, because the moon is going to get darker. So that usually means longer shutter speed and higher ISO. A lunar eclipse from the moon. Yeah, that's something it'd be interesting to see, like see what it'd be sort of a solar eclipse from the moon's point of view, but like to see that red ring around the Earth. So people are talking about once we get like a lunar base or rover up there taking pictures of the moon during of the Earth during a lunar eclipse. What time in New York will this be happening? This is happening right now in New York, just like this. And then in an hour, it'll be totality. Jody says ASI 533 MC is working great. That's great to hear. Lego asks, any experience with Fujifilm astrophotography? No, I don't have any, but I have been thinking about renting one of those medium format Fujis just to see how that would be. And I know that the crop sensor ones are popular too. And I've heard that that even the stock Fujifilm cameras let in a lot of HA. And I think Ian Lauer, if he's still on the stream, has done Fuji work. But they don't have a lot of software compatibility, so that's the only downside. Can you put a countdown on the screen to cut down on all the questions? I don't know how. Sorry. Maybe I could if let's see. Maybe if time and date has one. Eclipse in progress. This just tells when it ends though. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to check on my Sony camera. 1 second. Before I jump off, Remarkable Zai, thank you for the super chat. Can a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse happen in the same month? Yes, actually, whenever there's a lunar eclipse, there's a solar eclipse within weeks of it. So they're out. That happens a lot. All right. Both are working. Sorry for the delay there, or the little break. Got both cameras working well now, though. Oh, sorry. Red light. I also took a couple pictures with my Canon just for fun. Have the RF 800 on there. It's looking pretty cool. Nice bite out of the moon now. We're about a quarter into the partial phase. Do you have any astro-modded cameras? If so, what are their advantages? Yes, I have many astro-modified cameras. Their advantages are for capturing H-alpha and sulfur-2 light, the deep, deep reds, which are common with emission nebulae. Best camera settings explained in 15 seconds for moon photos. If you have a DSLR or mirrorless, just put it on, ISO 100 or 200 and just adjust the shutter speed until it looks right, is what I'd say. Are you taking pics with the Sea Star? How often? Let me go back to that. Yes. How often? I don't know. I just hit time lapse mode and it's doing its thing. I'm not sure. Seems like every second, maybe. What settings are you using for the RF800? I think I had it on. I'd have to go check. ISO 100, maybe 1/100th of a second right now, something like that. It turns red because the atmosphere gets rid of the blue light. It refracts it away, and so only the red light gets to the moon. But it's light coming around the Earth and still getting to the moon. Getting the AM5 set up for tracking moon versus deep space, polar line, and then what? I guess it depends, Jason, what software you're using. If you're using an ASI Air, you just have to go to the little mount setting and put it on lunar tracking. If you're on a PC, just you have to go to the advanced settings in the ASCOM driver to turn on lunar tracking. But basically, just turn on lunar tracking and then get going with it. Yeah, Deborah, I think it'll be worth to stay awake for a bit to see totality. Even with overcast sky, will it turn red? It depends on how overcast. If it's like really thick clouds, it'd be hard to see anything. But if it's sort of thin overcast, then yeah, you'll still see the red moon. Oh, what's on the left side of the screen? This is my desktop background. I could probably zoom this in further. Let's go back to the other one. I think the Sea Star does some like kind of processing or something. Like this looks a little less detailed, but it's just because it's not really doing any kind of contrast enhancement or anything. This is the Sony camera. How long until totality? We're now 1 hour out. I need moderators. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm new to streaming. I have no idea how many people are even on this, so sorry about that. What time will you start to be able to see the redness? About an hour. Miranda, thanks for the super chat. How can I take pictures on my iPhone? You just want to set it up on something stable, like, put it on a book or a rock or something, or if you have a phone tripod, that's great. And then make sure that you're in the, what is it called here? So it should turn on the night mode automatically, but if it doesn't, just make sure that's on and not flash, right? And the automatic is 3 seconds with the night mode, and that should work fine for taking a picture of the total lunar eclipse. But it does go up to like 10 seconds or even 30 seconds if you have your phone really stable. So it might be worth experimenting with that. I'm going to try it once we get to totality. Star tracking not working, getting too much drift. How do you recommend doing 5-second exposures with the moon moving? Star tracking not working. Well, you want to put it on lunar tracking, and then if you're getting a lot of drift, you probably just have to work on your polar alignment. So you still have time if you want to just try to fix it. That might be the best bet. But otherwise, if you want do 5-second exposures with the moon moving, you don't want to do 5-second exposures if your tracking's not working. Just use much shorter exposures, like 1 second, and raise your ISO. Wow, 2,000 people watching. That's cool. Well, I've only done 3 live streams, so this is definitely my best one in terms of the number. But sorry about the moderation. I don't know how to do that, unfortunately. Jody says, I'm taking video. Should I jack up the gain or the exposure or both? Probably both once we get to totality. No cup of hot chocolate. Maggie brought me out some herbal tea earlier. It's almost gone. And it's now cold because it's cold out here. Looking good in Grenada, in the Caribbean. That's cool. You can figure out moderators another day. Yeah, that's a good idea. Probably most of the time it wouldn't be an issue because it's like the deep sky community is a lot smaller, but I'm guessing a lot of people tuning in are not my normal viewers. What website were you using? I was using timeanddate.com. Timeanddate.com. I see the moon being covered by something. Yeah, it's the Earth's shadow. So the Earth that we're on is getting in between the sun and the moon, and that's what's causing the shadow on the moon. Normally, when we have the full moon, it's getting all sunlight, but right now we're right in between there. Scotty says, it's interesting you don't see the normal shadows of the craters like in normal moon phases. Yeah, that is interesting. That's because it's a different kind of thing going on where the umbra is a much softer shadow that's covering it. John says astrospheric really helpful for local timing the eclipse. Yeah, I've been saying time and date because I think that one's really clear, but astrospheric combines the cloud forecast with a little graphic showing you when the different phases of the eclipse are. Gabriel asks, what part of New Hampshire are you in? I'm in Nashua. I'm in the western part, sort of near Keene, but in a more rural area. I'm at the end of a dirt road here. How does it turn red if the shadow covers it? Well, the shadow covers it, but some light still gets through around the Earth through our atmosphere. And the reason it's red is because our atmosphere changes, or some of the light from the sun, which is a white light, gets through. The red light gets through, but the blue light doesn't. Dude, don't dox yourself. Well, Keene isn't particularly close, so I didn't. But thank you. Focus looks a little soft from here. Oh, okay, I can check that. I guess I'll check it now. Oh, and then a super chat comes in. Okay, thank you, Mark Story. Thank you, Nico, for sharing your love of all things astrophotography. Cloudy here in Texas. Thank you for the live stream. It's my pleasure, Mark. All right, I think that's better focus. What do you think? I think in a little bit here, I'm going to have to do the flip. So I'll switch to the sea star image for that. There's the sea star image. It's a little, I can see why some people would prefer that. To me, it's like a little like overly contrasty, but it's cool looking, definitely. But it's just like, you know, this part's getting sort of blown out with the auto exposure, while my Sony one is showing a little more details, but it looks a little softer. Oh, thank you, the red. Jacob asks, should I be overexposing the light part to get the details in the shadow? I don't think so. I think it's cool to see the shadow take over the moon, so I would say no. Evening Dave's Astrophotography. Thanks for coming. Thanks, Angela. Bill in Glendale. I'm using the AM5 mount. Regarding untracked exposure speeds, how slow can I realistically go at 600 millimeters before introducing blur? At what point do I need to stop slowing shutter speed and boosting ISO? I think probably like half a second. So, yeah, I'd at 600 millimeters, I'd probably go around half a second and then just keep boosting ISO until you get a proper exposure. Cosmos Carl, thanks so much for the super chat. Let me find it here. Your channel has helped me more than any other. Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad it's helped. Lubo in China. Last time I captured Lunar Eclipse, I accidentally captured an occultation of Uranus by the moon. I found out later. Oh, wow, that's cool. Hey, everyone joining. LOL, people pay you. Yeah, well, I don't know. I think a lot of people are appreciative of some of the other videos that the stream is just for fun. I don't expect people to pay me, but I think people just are happy to be here and maybe appreciative of some of the other instructional videos I made. Okay. Happy Pi Day. Yes, happy Pi Day to you too. Have you tried shooting astro on film? Do people do that at this point? Yeah, some people still do. I've tried it. It's very challenging, but sometime I want to make a video about sort of my experiences with that. Maybe you want to slow chat so people can't spam. How do I do that? Let's see. Slow chat. I don't, computer name. I wish I knew where that was. I'm not finding it. Gregory, thanks so much for the super chat. Gregory's been a long time member of my Patreon. Great guy. Thank you so much. Jordan, yeah, how do I do that? Let's see. Can I just make you a mod? I don't add as moderator. All right, see if that works, Jordan. Cloudy here in Colorado. Yeah, I've been hearing that. When will it be red? We're about 40 minutes out. Or no, 30, 40 minutes? 30 minutes? 40 minutes. 40 minutes. I was right the first time. Does it turn red instantaneously or is it gradual? It's gradual, but maybe over, I don't know, half an hour, it gets redder and redder. But sort of during the partial phase here, you'll if you look at the shadow part long enough, it'll start looking red. Especially when the partial phase the bright part gets thinner, you'll see it start turning red. Maybe I'll turn up my exposure settings a little bit to see that. One second. I'm imaging a time lapse of the whole thing. That's cool. When will the lunar eclipse end? When will the lunar eclipse end? 6 a.m. my time, I think. But as people have been watching, the penumbral phase, which is at the end as well, isn't particularly interesting. So I think we'll have a few more hours of the interesting part. With your current framing, can you please put the moon on full screen to make it bigger and other layers on top of it? It should be possible to fit them all. I don't know. Sorry, I'm pretty tech illiterate with OBS. I'm not sure if I can figure out how to do that quickly. Let's check on the sea star here. Ooh, we're at 28% battery with the sea star. Maybe I should go get a battery for it. Astro Scrolls. That shouldn't really be necessary because once it gets to a total lunar eclipse, you'll be able to pull out the stars from just on your normal photos, so you don't really need to cheat it. What exposure settings am I using at the moment? Hold on 1 second. Let me go check. All right, I just made it a little brighter, so I'm now at 1/100th of a second shutter speed and ISO 100 at f7. Why is it not red? Just wait about a half an hour. Oh, Lubo in China. Good idea. Yeah, I remember that. But I think it will still maybe stay on off a bigger battery. It just won't charge. But I should go do that because I want the C Star to be a backup. Oh, and actually, I think I could go flip as well. So Okay, I'm going to do a couple things here. Bear with me. I'm going to switch to the sea star here for people to have a view of the eclipse. Let's see, can I make this bigger? Okay, and I'm going to do my meridian flip on the other video. I mean, on the other camera. You can see I'm getting tired. But that's going to require taking out the cable, and then I'm going to go get a battery for the sea star. So I'm going to be off mic for a little bit, but of course I'll keep the stream going. John, it's going to turn red in a half an hour, or actually more like 27 minutes now. All right. Let's see here. So I got this now. Looks pretty cool, huh? You can see the stars near the moon. I don't know what stars those are. I should look them up on my planetarium map. But I did the meridian flip. It took me a little bit to find the moon after doing the meridian flip because I didn't go right to it. But so I just changed the settings, so now that one part is sort of blown out, the partial part, but now we're seeing the more red part in the shadow. So this is now like ISO 800, 1/10 of a second. Let me see what star that is, that bright star. It's a Mag 6 variable star in Leo. HD 100456. Yeah, I'd say naked eye, it's already red here in New Hampshire. I'm in a Bortle 3 sky, but I don't know how much sky darkness really matters. Fully red should be in about 14 minutes, something like that. Jordan, just yeah, mostly just spam. I don't really know. I'm new to all of this. If you think someone's spamming the chat and annoying people, just put them on timeout. I am Gordon. Got my binoculars. Yeah, I still haven't looked through my binoculars. I think I'm gonna wait till it gets fully total, and then I'm gonna get my binoculars going. Is it visible in New Jersey? Yeah, it should look just like this in New Jersey too. So, oh, I got the star wrong. HIP, or maybe that's just a different designation. Let me see. Is that you, Mike? Sounds like New York City, it's cloudy. Maybe Colorado, it's cloudy. Massachusetts is cloudy. Sorry, guys. Perfect view in Orlando. Yeah, it's pretty perfect here, too. I'm seeing stars around it. Hey, Trevor. Is it clear in Canada? Nice. This chat is going so fast. Oh, that's awesome, Trevor. I'm so glad it's clear. I think I'm going to raise the exposure again. Oh, look at those two little stars. I'm so glad those are showing up in the live stream. So we're almost to totality now. We're in the last 5 minutes of the partial phase, and I'm snapping away now on my Canon as well. Canon, I have the RA and the RF 800 going on the GTI right now. Shutter speed on the Sony. I have to go check it, Gregory. 1 second. I think this looks pretty good. Maybe I'll raise it up a little bit again. 'Cause we're about to hit totality. Okay, Gregory, I'm at 1/4 of a second at ISO 1600 now. Thanks for the super chat, Jack. Yeah, it's my pleasure to do this. It's fun, although a little cold. Yes, those are stars you're seeing on the right there of the moon. And we're 3 minutes away from totality. Just a little sliver of white left. Hello. The temp is about 25 degrees Fahrenheit, Michael.
Micah?
I thought I heard something, but then I said, "Are you there, Mike?" And then no one answered, so I don't know. How rare is this, AJ? At any point on Earth, you could get one every 4 to 5 years about. And then if you're willing to travel, you could probably see one every year. Okay, so now that we're at totality, I'm going to argue the Sony looks more natural and better than the C-Star. I'll show you the C-Star here. That's the C-Star image. And to me, it just looks a little bit overcooked. I don't know. But that's what I'm getting on the C-Star S50. And that's what I'm getting on the Sony with the bigger telescope. All right. That's my alarm. So we have now hit totality. We got there. Let me change the picture. Total. Thanks for the super chat, Finn from Inverness, Scotland. Saw red slightly on photos. Yeah, if you're looking at it visually, it's quite dim. But if you let your eyes adjust, I think you'll see it as a nice red moon. Thanks for the super chat, Sharon. Yeah, 25 Fahrenheit is about -4 Celsius. That sounds right. Tugboat, Asheville, North Carolina here. Thank you for this. You're very welcome. Wow, 4,800 people watching. Got to keep the moon centered in that case. All right, I'm going to go look through binoculars. I'll be right back. Actually, could you bring me a glass of wine? All right. Oh, sorry, but not been keeping up with the chats here and the super chats. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lee. Oh, good luck recovering. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate it. So for anyone just joining, we are in the totality phase of this total lunar eclipse. How much did you ramp the red to match? I'm not sure if I understand, Paul. I thought it would be bright red. Yeah, I mean, I think some people saturate their pictures more in processing, which is, of course, a artistic choice. But this is sort of what it looks like as a video. And then in person, it looks even darker. But then when I looked at it through binoculars, it was interesting. It almost had a more pinkish one. Appearance, like a rose gold kind of pinkish. Oh, asking if I edited the stream to look brighter than it is. No, it's just the exposure settings of the camera. Hold on, I can go check what those are. I forgot them again. So it's interesting with the Sony camera, which has big pixels. I'm at ISO 1600, 1/4 of a second to get this exposure. With my Canon RA, which has slightly smaller pixels, I was at something like ISO 1600 again, but like 2 seconds. But that's f11. This is f7. So yeah, it all makes a difference. I guess the aperture is the difference there. Thank you, Parth, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I was using pretty big binoculars, and it looked good until they dewed up, and I was getting my dew heaters ready, and then of course they dewed up right before I got them on. But I did get to look at it through the clear binoculars, and it looked really good. I'm using 70 millimeter aperture binoculars on a tripod. Turn your red light on your head. Where are all the stars, Melissa? There's 2 stars right here. This is a live video, so it's not very broad, not very wide, but I'll post some pictures later showing more of the stars. I agree, Nicole. It has more of a pink hue with the naked eye. Will the moon get any redder? Well, yeah, it'll keep getting sort of redder and darker through totality until maximum, which is maybe 15-20 minutes. Thank you, CG. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to try to look away from my screen here for a minute and see how many stars I can see once I let my eyes adjust a bit. Thank you.
Looks nice.
Thank you for the super chat, Poco Peter. He says, cloudy here in Vancouver area, so I'm living vicariously through you. I appreciate it. Lots of stars visible now, says Helen. I can see it, says Schmog. Wilson asks, is that Mars we're also seeing by the moon? No, Mars is over there now in the northwest. That's just a reddish star. Perry says, took a pic of it just like yours. That's great. Super red with the naked eye and the keys, says Jody. I took a better picture earlier. My phone here. Trying it there.
Let me see if I can show you. Let's see. It's the really bad picture I took.
That's Maggie's picture on her phone.
Let me see what you did.
Well, this is when it was still the partial phase, but I should try again.
Oh, looks cool. It's better than mine.
A lot of people are asking, when does it get red? This is the red. I mean, it's an orangish red for sure. In some eclipses, it'll be more a bright orange. Some it'll be a more red, but this is the color of the totality this time. So I would call it sort of a dark orange maybe, but in person I'm getting a little bit more of like a pinkish orange. I don't know. Hey Jay, hope you're feeling okay. Yeah, it is definitely beautiful naked eye. Jay Sotolano, I visited his beautiful observatory. It gave me a lot of ideas for my own. I don't know if you're going to be at NEAF, Jay. Usually see you there. Pinkish here in Idaho. It's more peachy than red. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Why does it still have white? Partly it's just that I'm exposing it fairly bright so that you can see the whole thing, and then you can see those stars. A lot of people are asking, when will it be completely red? It's just, as I said, this is the color of this one, so this is how it looks. Brandon asks, how does it stay centered? I have it on a tracking mount, so it's tracking the night sky, and it's specifically on a lunar tracking mode, so it stays pretty centered. I'm trying to just sort of keep those two stars in the image too, though. Let me just adjust it. This is total? Yes, this is the total. And it'll be total for another 45 minutes. A lot of people are asking how much longer will totality last? About another 45 minutes till 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Peak is in 15 minutes, 3 a.m. Shout outs to your family watching outdoors with you. Yeah, Maggie's out here. My C-Star S50 is tracking it. Yeah, let's check on the C-Star. Hold on. There's the C-Star image.
Wow.
It's sort of redder. Is this live? Yep, this is live. So this is on my C-Star S50, and this is with the telescope, the ZWO 107. Why can we only see 2 stars? Where are the rest of them? Those are the only 2 stars that are bright enough to show up in a video, Lisa. But in the pictures that I'm taking right now, I'll be seeing more stars. What do you mean by peak? I think we just mean maximum eclipse. So it means the middle of totality is when it will be the shadow of the Earth will be the most centered. My settings are f7, 1/4 of a second shutter speed, ISO 1600. This is not AI, it is true video from my camera. Ralph, you can see the gear on the screen here, my telescope and mount. It's the AM5 and the FF107.
The sun's over there.
Hmm?
Sun's behind us.
If you imagine like drilling a hole through the earth, directly through the earth, they'd be on the complete opposite side of us. Yeah.
So the sun's below us.
Below us, basically, yeah. Sorry, I didn't freeze. I was just looking at something on my phone. Let's see. When's the next total lunar eclipse? The next one that's going to be here on the East Coast isn't until like 2029, I think I said in the video. Something like that. But then if you're in other parts of the world, you'll see one sooner. Patricia, I'm in western New Hampshire, sort of near Keene. Anthony S. was the most recent one like this, pretty similar. But actually the last one I saw in 2022 was slightly different color, a little bit more red and darker. I definitely had to use longer exposures in 2022. This one's a little on the brighter side, I'd say. Have a good night, Eric. Thanks for coming. Does a lunar eclipse last longer than a regular eclipse? Longer than a solar eclipse for sure. Yeah, total solar eclipse is like somewhere between 1 minute and 12 minutes at the longest. Just the totality part. While the total lunar eclipse, right now we're getting about an hour of totality, so definitely a lot longer. I just adjusted the mount a little bit there so you can see the two stars that are nearby. But you can, if you've been watching this, you'll see that the stars started closer to the moon and now they're drifting further away because the rate that the stars move in the sky and the rate that the moon goes are slightly different. Yeah. All right. Dan, my camera setting is 1/4 of a second, ISO 1600 f7. Andrew asked me to put my fingers across the telescope, I guess just to show this is a live view. Sure, I'll do it. All right, did you see it darken a little bit there when I put my hand in front of it? Oh, thank you, Gary, for the super chat. Gary says, thanks for the live chat. It's made setting alone on a dark county road go much faster, or go much better, sorry. I appreciate it. I'll switch to my C-Star S50 here for people who haven't seen that yet. This is the Smart Telescope view. Much smaller aperture, so you can see it's a little bit noisier image, but looks a little redder through that too. Here's back to the Sony. Hodestar says, would you prefer using the FX3 rather than the ZV-E1? They have the same sensor. They do have the same sensor. The only thing with the ZV-E1 is it can overheat, but since it's very cold here, I'm not worried about that, so I don't think there's any difference. Laura Moreland, thanks so much for the super chat, Laura. Oh, turn your headlight off. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate the super chat. Jonathan asks, any recommendations for a first tracking mount? I'd recommend the Star Adventure GTI with a small telescope or a lens. Okay, I'm setting up my iPhone here on a tripod because I want to try some iPhone shots just on a tripod. We'll see how those look. I'm doing a 30-second shot with the normal camera first. Or the 1x lens, and then I'll do some attempts with the 3x lens too. Wow, it's hard to keep up with. Hold on 1 second. Let me find all this. Oh, wow. Gerard. Thank you for the super chat, Gerard. I've been a visual observer since 1969. Thanks for your work. What is an automatic scope you just mentioned? Oh, sure. I'll go back to that. So it's called the ZWO C-Star S50. and this is what it's producing on the eclipse right now. And if you go to my YouTube channel later, I did a review comparing this one and a smaller one. But for the eclipse, I think the S50 would be the better choice with a slightly bigger aperture. Remarkable Zai, do you remember the supermoon lunar eclipse back in 2013? No, you know what? I didn't really get into astrophotography until 2014, so that would have been 1 year before I was really getting into it. Richard says, the skies have cleared for totality here in Metro Vancouver. That's awesome. Sharon says, cloudy here in Houston. Thanks so much for doing this. Namaste. Thank you, Sharon. So I'm looking at my iPhone pictures here. They look pretty cool. I like the wide one better, I think, than the zoomed in. 30-second exposures with the ASCAR 130 and 2600 MC are turning out stellar. Thanks for hosting the live stream from Learn to Stargaze. Thank you. If anyone hasn't seen Learn to Stargaze's YouTube channel, go check it out. Really good stuff over there. Miranda says, thanks, awesome. I want to say hi to my grandkids, Elise and Xavier and Gabriel Aguilar. Thanks, Miranda. And let's see if I caught up. No, Carla Meesk, Milky Night. Thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Oh, a little off center here. Let me center it. Someone asked, is this peak? Yes, this is maximum eclipse. So, and people have been asking about the white at the top. So that's as like dim as it's going to get, right? At least in a picture. Looking at it visually, you can definitely still see that it's like a little brighter at the top of the moon and darker at the bottom. But it's not, we're now in the center of the umbra, in the center of the shadow. So it's just a little bit brighter at the top. Let's go so with Joanne Banco says, glad I got to see it in person because it doesn't really look like this image. Color is far more subdued. Yeah, I agree. Like when you see things with your own eyes, they can look pretty different than the camera. And the color is sort of more beautiful in person. It has sort of more of a pinker, less saturated look to it. The camera has a mind of its own in terms of how it's going to present it. But I'm not doing anything with the camera here. It's just I'm just did the exposure settings so we can see it, and this is what we're seeing. When's the next one? There's another one in 2026, but we're not going to get it here on the East Coast. I think the next one here on the East Coast is 2029. It depends on where you are in the world. So look on timeanddate.com and look up their eclipse list, and you'll see them all. Thank you, Grace. Have a good night. Can I zoom in? I don't really know how. I'm still new to streaming, so I'm not going to try. What mic am I using? It's the Shure SM7B. Why can't I see anything in Chicago? If it's clear, just make sure you're looking at the right spot. It is brighter. You should be able to see it. You want to be looking sort of west right now, southwest, and about 40 degrees up in the sky. Maybe something's blocking you locally and you're not seeing it. Yeah, Barry, I agree. It's amazing how much these two stars over here and the moon have gotten apart. Maybe I can try to expand this box. Let me see if I can do that, so we can see the stars and the moon still. How did I do this? Crop. Is it safe to look at? Absolutely. Look at it with your naked eyes or through a telescope, binoculars. You don't need any kind of filter or glasses or anything like that. It's perfectly safe. What are your camera settings? I'm at ISO 1600, 1/4 of a second, f7. When is totality? Totality is right now for the next 30 minutes, something like that. I should look it up. The next 22 minutes. Let me set an alarm for the end of totality. Julie, it'll stay red for another 23 minutes or so. Annie, what time does it get back to full white? Around 5 a.m. is the start of the penumbral phase, and for most people they would say that's full white, but then the penumbral phase ends at 6 a.m., so it will really be over at around 6 a.m. Tony asks, what adapter do you use to mount the Sony to the telescope? You need what's called a T adapter, a 48 millimeter T adapter. Is the moon supposed to be near the sun? Because I don't see the moon. The sun is opposite us on the other side of the Earth. So if you don't see the moon, just keep looking. It's to the southwest. It's pretty dark, so you're going to have to really search for it. Got a super chat from Benjamin. I've got my Mac rigged up, and it's not looking like clouds will clear here. I'm glad you've got clear skies. You planning to see... Whoops, lost it. Planning to see the 2028 solar eclipse in Australia. I'll be making the trek myself. Probably, hopefully. I'm starting to get plans lined up for the next two in 2026 and 2027. And so probably we'll also make it to 2028. I like solar eclipses. I'm going to check on my Canon. 1 second. I'll be right back. Suleiman 444. Is this really live from your equipment? Yes, it is. Yeah, this is the gear right here listed. Telescope ZWO FF107 on the AM5 mount, and this is a live video stream. And then I also have I have two more rigs going. This one is the C-Star Smart Telescope, and then I have my Canon taking pictures, but I can't show you that because it's just taking pictures with an intervalometer, while these two are live video streams. You can see at the top of the moon it's getting brighter again now that we're past maximum eclipse and sort of easing out of totality. Pursuit Parlor. If it's past sunrise, you're probably in the wrong part of the world to see the lunar eclipse. Is there a proper white balance setting to use? I would use daylight white balance. Brentley says I imaged it with my phone. Yeah, I did too, Brentley. It looked pretty cool. I like the wide field one with all the stars. Oh, thanks, Lisa. The best live video I've been on. I'm new to doing live, so I appreciate that. Helen says now it's looking orange in northwest Arizona. Yeah, I agree. It's looking orange here in New Hampshire, too. Kathleen, I switched from tea to red wine, so drinking red wine now to wind down with the as we're wrapping up the totality. Astronova asks, what do you think I don't know how to say that word, Danjon scale darkness level is? That's a great question. I can't remember exactly how that works. Does it go 1 to 5 or something? I'd have to research that more to answer that. But I will say I think this one's definitely brighter than the 2022 that I did. And I can't remember now if that was the May or November one. I'd say this one's closer to the 2019, which I thought was a slightly brighter total lunar eclipse. Like right now, I'm at only a quarter of a second getting this at f7, and then even at f11, I'm only at 1.5 seconds. While with the 2022 one, I was something like at 3 seconds. So it's definitely significantly brighter than the last one. Should I stop looking if it's past sunrise? Yes. Sorry, it has to be nighttime to see the total lunar eclipse. Hey, thanks, Todd. Thanks for coming. Have a good sleep. Got a super chat here from Caden Bain Astro. Thanks so much. Where's the moon at now? It's in the southwest by west, I'd say. About, for my latitude, about 40 degrees up. Caden said, ended up getting a good bit of clear time before and a little after totality. That's great. Awesome. Why is the shadow changed direction almost 90 degrees? Maybe I rotated it at some point. I mean, I rotated it at some point in the stream, and then I did a meridian flip and rotated it again. So it's probably just me that you're seeing. Thank you, Gordon Freeman. I appreciate it. Lorded Alien Windshear, thank you for the super chat. Says, glad it's as clear up here as it is here in Florida. Yeah, I've through this chat, I've sort of gotten to know which parts of the country are clear and which parts are cloudy. Seems like New York City and Colorado are cloudy. Florida, most of the Midwest, a lot of New England is clear, and a lot of Canada is clear too. The ZV-1 camera is being used for the moon or your face recording? It's being used on the moon. My face is just the webcam on my laptop. Oh, 511 Astro says upstate New York is great. Is it set to JPEG RAW or something else? Something else. This one you're seeing right here is a video stream. So I just have the video capture coming out of the USB into my laptop and then onto the internet. But if you're shooting pictures, I would say RAW. So like on my Canon that's snapping away, I'm shooting RAW. Evan asks, any overheating issues with the ZVE1? Inside, if I stream with it for like over 2 to 3 hours, it can overheat. But I keep my whole house pretty cold, so I haven't really found any overheating issues. Probably just really depends on your environment. New Hampshire, it's always pretty cold. Connie, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. "10 minutes to go," says 3 Days of Darkness. Yep, 10 minutes until the end of totality. And you can see how it's getting brighter and brighter at the top there. Astro George says, hey, Nico, awesome stream. Managed to catch the partial lunar eclipse from here in Scotland between the clouds. That's great, George. I think it was pretty low in Scotland. I looked that up at some point. Is 2 times teleconverter better than cropping 2 times? Hard to say. I mean, usually yes. For the moon, I would say it'd be better to use the 2 times teleconverter, but it sort of depends on the quality of the teleconverter. Because sometimes, if you put like a poor quality teleconverter on a good lens, it might sort of worsen the quality. Has it ended? No, we have about 8 minutes left of totality, and then we'll get into the partial phase where it'll be sort of still red for a while before it loses the red color. Astronovis says, not a bad view from Bortle 6 Newburyport. Love your channel. Keep up the great work. Thanks, you, Astronovis. I appreciate it. I got a super chat here from Mezzo Feldenkrais. New York City cloudy. Yay for your channel. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. I'm glad I could do this. Dayanara says, I went outside but couldn't see the moon anywhere. Yeah, it's definitely more challenging to see when it's in total eclipse. You want to look sort of west right now, southwest by west, and about midway up in the sky. It's been fun to see the separation of those two bright stars in Leo and the moon as this has progressed. Will you be showing the photos you took with your camera on stream? I don't think so. This would be hard to get them onto the stream, but my Instagram is nebulaphotos.com. You can, and I'm sure I'll process them at some point and put them on there. Astro Scroll says, will you make a processing video on this eclipse's data? Maybe, if I have something new to say that I didn't cover the last time, but I already made one the last time, so unless I come up with some kind of new technique, I probably won't. Thank you, Willie Bid, videographer. It's in Florida. I appreciate it. Someone is asking about where the shadow is and how that's working. It's a little bit unpredictable. You can't. We'd have to look at sort of a simulation of how the Earth and the Sun is moving to understand why the shadow is acting like it is. They're always like sort of, they're orbits, so it's not as just like as easy as just it will just go left to right. How does it keep the focus so tight the S50 keeps drifting focus? Let's check on that. Yeah, that might be out of focus. Let's try autofocus. Yeah, it's hard to explain exactly why some telescopes can keep focus better than others. I think it comes down to a bunch of different factors. Their thermal qualities of the materials and their focal ratio and different things. But generally, slower telescopes, like If it's like F7 or F10, we'll keep focus longer. Faster ones will lose focus. Oh, another super chat here. Benjamin says, it appears the shadow changes angles by 15 degrees or so, and I guess because Earth's round shadow isn't centered from what I saw in Stellarium. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess when I said earlier it's like the maximum eclipse is when the umbra is centered, I just meant most centered, not necessarily perfectly centered. Nobody in particular. Thanks for the live. Best live of the event. Oh, I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Melgionet says, time and date has a cool image showing the shadow in relation to the moon. Yeah, definitely check that out. That should help understand sort of how the shadow is moving. You in your observatory, that series was awesome, pal. I'm not. I'm in the yard because by now in the observatory, which is 100 feet that way, the moon would be below the tree line because west is my worst direction from the observatory. So I moved a little bit out here into the yard to do this. Brandon says, got into astrophotography this year with the help of your YouTube channel. Oh, thanks. I'm glad it helped. Cindy says, do you have a TikTok channel? I do, but I don't have the app anymore since I think I deleted it and then they banned it or something. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it in any case. Okay, we are. This is the last bit of total eclipse, so we've done it. This is the end of totality. We're now back into the partial phases, and you can see right up here. That's pretty pure white at the top now. Ray says, and it's a super chat, says, when the C-Star S50 locks focus, it is great, but does drift. Thanks for the info. Great stream for the Horde. Thanks, Ray. Colin says, Nico, I've got some good ones from Ohio. That's great. Bill Brown says, are you making a time-lapse of the entire eclipse? Time-lapse of the entire eclipse. Yeah, I've been shooting with my Canon pretty consistently through totality, but I'm not... I've been moving around on the live stream and stuff, so I'm not going to have like a super smooth time-lapse video to share, I don't think. The Hitchhiker's Guide to Self-Preservation. Thank you so much. My kiddo, wife, and neighbor greatly enjoyed it. Oh, thanks so much. I'm glad that everyone liked it. Have you used the raw video stacking feature built into the C-Star? For how easy of a one-button press it is, it works pretty well. No, someone told me about this, and I've been meaning to try it, but I really should get on that. Because, yeah, that would have been good to cover in my review, but I just keep forgetting. Thanks for the reminder, though. Is it still dark looking right now as a partial eclipse? Yeah, it's still pretty dark looking, but now you can see visually that white top. It almost looks sort of like Mars with the white polar cap. Oh, I just missed a super chat. I'm sorry. Oh, here it is. Preacher Brit. Enjoyed watching this from Effingham, South Carolina. Thanks, Preacher Brit. I appreciate it. Think the astronauts are watching. Probably, yeah, I would think so. From the ISS. Wendy, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Don asks, "What's a good starter telescope?" If you don't mind something a little bit heavy and bulky, like an 8-inch or a 10-inch Dobsonian would be great for like visual using a telescope. If you want something smaller and even more kind of starter telescope, would be like a tabletop Dob. And those can go for as little as like $150, $200. Yeah, for astrophotography, I'd go sort of in a different direction. I'd probably get a small refractor or just start with camera lenses. But if you're talking visual, I'd go for a Dobsonian. Rogue asks, do you have the AM5 on sidereal or lunar tracking rate? I have it on lunar. But I think I just didn't spend enough time on my polar alignment. That's why we're drifting a bit. And so I've just been fixing that. But then I was also sort of earlier trying to get those stars in the field of view, and now I just have centered it because the stars were too far apart. Demon Slayer asks, "Is this rare?" Not particularly. There's lunar eclipses almost every year in some part of the world, but if in any particular part in the world, you might only get one every few years, every 3 to 5 years, maybe. Kitty, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Jody says, "Time to process. Good night." Good night, Jody. Glad you got some good shots. Maria asks, "What's the name of your Instagram, Nico?" I'll try to put it in the chat here. I don't know if this is going to work. It's nebulaphotos.com. And so Nebula Photos was taken by someone else, and they've never given it to me. So I took nebulaphotos.com on Instagram. Richie, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. I'm looking at my tree line here, and I'm not sure if I'm going to make it through the whole eclipse before the moon gets too low. We'll see. Miles says, I loved your channel for years in a super chat. Thank you so much, Miles. I really appreciate that. Glad it's helpful. Greg says, thanks for great imaging and a great stream. Nico, got to run. Side note, you and Nick Carver Photo should do a challenge of some sort. Maybe a project done in the others genre. Yeah, I have seen that. That's funny that there's another Nick Carver photography channel. Miles says, your channel and Trevor's got me interested in astrophotography. Absolutely love the hobby. I'm a lifer. Thanks for helping me get started. Still want to join a Sunday chat. Oh, thanks, Miles. I really appreciate that. As for anyone that doesn't know, I do a monthly Sunday chat on my Patreon. So it's a Zoom meeting so people can ask questions, and it's a lot of fun. Ariz Himani says, super chat says, thanks for the live stream. My family is watching the eclipse in Georgia with our telescope, and we have your stream going on. Love your channel. Thank you. It's awesome. Glad you're seeing it with your own telescope in Georgia. Jim said, Nico, your YouTube is the first I came across when I took up the hobby during COVID. I initially watched How to Make Image Orion and then edited in Photoshop. Got me hooked. Oh, that's great, Jim. Oh, look at that. I think we're getting into the trees here with my stream. Ray says, C-Star S50 seems to be drifting left. Moon is moving to the right on screen, not centered. Do you have the little, let's see here, if my C-Star, yeah, I see we are getting into the trees. I should have moved further back. Whoops. Well, live and learn. Yeah, you're right. This is drifting too on mine as well. Shelly says, thanks so much, everyone. A group of nice people is really refreshing to be a part of. Oh, I'm glad you liked it, Shelly. Will it go more red? No, we're out of the reddest part. So we're in the partial phase now, and I'm about to hit my trees, so I'm probably going to cut off the stream pretty soon here. But it's been a lot of fun. I'll keep it going a little bit longer. Frank says, I think the S50 is getting fooled by the light differential between upper left and lower right. Yeah, that could be. Urban Village Astro says, thank you for showing footage from the S50. I'm really excited to witness next total lunar eclipse with my S50 here in India. Oh, cool. Yeah, for sure. $511 Astro. Yeah, have a good night. I appreciate you coming and chatting. All right. I don't want to confuse people with these trees coming into my shot, so I should probably cut the stream because I don't want people thinking this is part of the eclipse. So wrapping up here, it was really nice to be here with everyone. Hopefully some other people got some cool shots of this as well. Oh, Bill, hey, nice to see you. Bill Brown from West Virginia Astronomy Association said both the Sea Star and the Dwarf had some drift issues. All right, thanks everyone. I'm gonna sign off here. And thank you, Jordan, for moderating. I really appreciate that. It was very helpful. Bonnie, the whole eclipse ends around 6 a.m. Eastern time, but I'm going to call it a night here since I'm hit my tree line here on my property. Yeah, some people are saying don't sign off, but I mean, it's going to be completely covered by the trees in about 3 minutes. So, and I don't want people thinking that whatever this tree is part of the eclipse. So, don't want to confuse people with that. But I did want to give people a chance to say goodnight, and it's been cool to chat with all of you. Did you see the auroras? No. Maybe Lynette, I'll look for them now. I've been sort of glued to this whole thing with all the technology and the chatting. But I'll look for auroras. Maybe I'll take some wide field shots. All right. Thanks everyone for coming. I'm going to stop it here. Ending the stream at 3:46 a.m. Eastern. It's not over, but it's over for me because the moon is behind the trees. Yeah, it's getting covered by the trees, Wiki, so it's that's why I'm ending the stream here. But it was a good one. We got a nice clear night here in New Hampshire, and I had a lot of fun. So bye, everyone.